Anything. Are we live? I think we're live. I need to do a volume check. Come on, baby. Show me you're live. How hard can this be? Live? Volume check. It seems to be an awful delay there. Volume. Quiet. Volume check. Sound check. Volume check. It seems to be an awful delay there. Volume. I mean, that could be louder. Volume check. Better. Sound check. I mean, that could be louder. Here we go. Come back. All right, sound check. Sound check. Well, we got 3 minutes before the draft here. Wait. Now sound check. All right, sound check. Sound check. Well, we got 3 minutes before the draft here. Oh. Now sound check. That needs to go on mute. There we go. 2.5 minutes. The first pick's going to be obvious, so we got a while before that comes in. All right, let me get my chat up. I don't know if anybody's going to come in or not, but it will obviously be appreciated if anyone does. Okay, we can minimize that. Chats up. Okay, let's try this volume. How's this? Sound check. Again. Sound check? Why is it so delayed? Let's try this volume. How's this? Sound check. Again. Somebody out in the world, let me know. Why is it so delayed? Let me check my settings. Somebody out in the world. There, that sounds good. 50 seconds to the draft. Got my little draft board here. And also up on the screen. Pretty much the same thing up here. Let me know your favorite team. Who you planning on, who you want them to draft? Is this it? Are we going to commercial? What's going on? Is that Rob Deerdeck? Are we on the clock? Packers fans. Da, da, da. Alright, add content, go to live. This is kind of a commercial, more like an advertisement going on right now. Recording dates today. I don't think you need to know my location. Alright. Slow mode is not on. Latency. Stream settings. Normal latency. Shucks. Can I change latency settings? Not there. Take that down. Here. Settings. Latency. I don't think so. Alright, well, I guess you can say draft picks in chat, because nobody's in here after a few rounds. Maybe I reset that. We'll see. Hope that wasn't too much noise. Oh, they got some fresh shoes on there in Washington. Alright. Is the clock going? It must be going right now, right? Sent by Corian. Unfortunately, I don't have volume because I don't want any, you know, hiccups with copyright. Oh, it's an advertisement again. And it's a commercial. Very wonderful. Very exciting start to the draft here. It's going to be a crazy draft. And I have all of my notes on hopefully all of the players that will be drafted throughout, up and ready to go here. So, be able to give, especially once we get to the later days with guys we don't know about. And we'll be grading the picks. Oh, that's a bummer about the latency, though. Okay, so Cardinals and Seahawks and Falcons have been active exploring moving down, of course. Titans have had talks to go to 3 and 8, of course. The Eagles have had talks to go to 5 and 8. Makes sense. I had them going to 5, I think, in a draft. What happens at 2 with Houston will factor into whether these deals happen. Yeah, they take quarterback. Makes everything a little less crazy. Probably. I suppose for Philadelphia, they would want them to take quarterback, probably. So we should see Bryce Young go off the board, consensus number 1 quarterback. It's the right choice. Height concerns are a real concern, but we've seen it before. You can work around that, but then there's also his size, just as far as his mass, injuries. We've seen it with Kyler Murray, a lot of injuries, so you gotta teach them how to run like Lamar, who really knows how to take hits incredibly well, or not take them for that matter. And kind of slithers around a lot of hits, or limit the running, which I think Cliff Kingsbury did a lot with Kyler. But then you lose out on the weapon that you invested in by limiting their running. So it's a tough world. Should be a fun. I keep calling it a mock draft. Fun real draft here though. Who is ready? Schedule release sometime in this year. Okay. A lot of lights up on stage. Welcome to Kansas City and night 1. Have we not started the clock? That can't be real. We have. Is that Andy Reid? Tell me that's Andy Reid. Come on, baby. Purdy jerseys are ready for San Fran. No, that's not. Okay. Alright, for the first time since we get to the draft. Kansas City natives. Don't know who they are. Eric and Heidi. Still don't know who they are. Actress and comedian. Huh. Was not aware. Alright. What's going on here? So, joint statement from Philadelphia and Arizona. Did that trade really happen? Arizona really lost their 66th pick? That's terrible. For them. Oh, yeah, that's right. We are in Super Bowl City. This makes sense. But we still haven't started the clock. We've already heard from 20 different advertisers. But the clock has not begun. The good thing about setting my latency up so high is that nobody's watching. So, me. So it really hasn't affected anything yet. We'll see if we get some stragglers on and through here. Regardless, I mean, it's at least good practice for when I do have some sort of following someday. 15 years from now, who knows? Somebody might see this, somebody might not. Started now. So, officially on the clock here? Let's go, baby. And now the NFL wants to drag this thing out, so teams are not allowed to submit their picks too quickly, for the most part. My cat has joined us on her little sitting perch. Oh, that's an outfit there. Blue and pink. Carolina fans really gonna keep up the cheers? We know who it is. It's Bryce Young. Quite the trade. 2 seconds. First, DJ Moore, the 9th overall pick to move up to 1. Chicago gets a good haul. Carolina gets the quarterback. Makes sense for everyone. Chicago thanks Houston mightily. And Houston, I think, regrets winning their last game of the season. Management, ownership, but you play to win the game. I don't blame the coaching staff or the players for winning. Carolina Panthers on the board. Best fit, Will Anderson Jr., Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, according to CBS. Surprised, Will Anderson up ahead of Bryce Young. You can't really have a team in the modern NFL, maybe any time in the NFL, without a quarterback. But especially in the modern NFL, that's a necessary thing. Joseph. Joe Burrow isn't really a modern day quarterback. He's more of a pocket passer. I don't recall saying something about Joe Burrow specifically. By the way, Joseph, I'm delayed, and I would have to restart the stream to fix that. So sorry about that. I won't do that again tomorrow or Saturday. He's more of a... Well, I just meant the modern NFL is you need a quarterback in order to win games. Because maybe you missed the part where I was talking about the best fits here from CBS. Yeah. What I meant to say, at the very least, was over here they say the best fits for Carolina, Will Anderson Jr. is up top ahead of Bryce Young. I mean, Carolina needs a quarterback. He should be the best fit. Bryce Young. And CJ Stroud should be number 2. And Anthony Richardson or Will Levis should be number 3 on that list, because you can't win without a quarterback. No. Understandable, but no. I do think they're becoming more valuable, but as the league adjusts to two-way quarterbacks more, as the whole game adjusts, I think teams who have a more traditional game and maybe get a little bit bigger to counter that will even it out. So I don't think there will ever be, you know, a straight arena league game in the NFL, because there's always going to be the opportunity to get bigger if teams get too small. By the way, thanks for coming through, Joseph. Much appreciated. Don't have to stay the whole time. Won't put you up to that, but I will be here all days of the draft. And as we get into the players that we don't know so much about, I do have little write-ups for them. So, and I can go into my little prospect scores for some players. The write-ups. Nope, not gonna have any write-ups on the quarterbacks. I don't do quarterback scouting because I don't know enough about. I just know a bad quarterback when I see him, and usually a good quarterback, since I grew up watching them every Sunday. I have an idea of what good quarterbacks look like. Can you go into who are the Vikings? Well, I think the Vikings would like to trade back from 23. A lot of teams would like to trade back. And they also might want to look up. Apparently, they're looking at Hendon Hooker. I can actually no, I can't show you. Oh boy, hold up. Open up my system settings. Cornerback would be great if like Deonte Banks is still there. Joey Porter. I think that's probably what I would do if I was Minnesota. If one of those top 4 cornerbacks in this draft make it, so get them cornerbacks: Devin Witherspoon, Gonzalez, Joey Porter, Deonte Banks. A lot of people think, like I said, quarterback Hendon Hooker has been the talk a lot about them even trading up. I don't think that's a good decision for the Vikings, but understandable. They're going to need a quarterback sooner than later. Get that going. He's just quite the old prospect and needs some development on top of that, so I don't think you're going to get a quarterback making his debut. He's also not going to be able to play this year because of injury at the age of probably 28. I don't love that, but you could still get 10 years out of that. Minnesota, I have defensive back. Wide receiver, definitely something, but wide receivers, the sweet spot in this draft should be probably the 3rd, 4th round area. Is going to be a lot of value there, where you're going to be missing out on value at other positions by taking a wide receiver early in the draft. But always a possibility, and obviously there's still more talented wide receivers earlier in the draft. Linebacker is Minnesota, definitely not going to be first. I wouldn't think at pick 23, first round thing for them. I don't know who their targets are at linebacker. I can show you. I think Jack Campbell is going to be an absolute stud. He already looks like an NFL player. Trenton Simpson's really, really athletic, talented. Maybe a little bit of development to go, but day one starter. All these guys could play day one. Drew Sanders has the most development to go, highest ceiling. Diane Henley's kind of Trenton Simpson-esque. He's the best coverage linebacker, so I don't know what that new defense. Minnesota's got a new defense, right? All right, Carolina Panthers pick is in here, and it's Bryce Young. We know this. Yeah. Houston's on the board. Question for Houston's going to be, well, we can get into that. Yeah, 3-4. Any clue on, like, they did all zone last season. Did they go out and hire somebody who does a lot of man? Because that didn't work so well. I think defense, though, is going to be the main focus for the draft for Minnesota. I would not be surprised running back. Dalvin Cook, they could decide they might cut him, re-sign him. They could just cut him. They could trade him. They did. So, like, Diane Henley's a really good coverage linebacker. So that could be somebody they might be interested in if they still feel that they need some immediate help there. Oh, Flores, yeah. Yeah. Thinking about Miami's defense. Bryce Young went number 1 here. No surprises. I believe that was a lot of man. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, most 3-man fronts. Oh, it's a single gap defense, though. So they want big, beefy, strong men up front. That's kind of how I always like to play my 3-4s in Madden. Bryce Young giving a good hug. I think that's the right choice for the Panthers. I have a lot of concerns about CJ Stroud as far as his decision making goes. Even off the field. Not that I don't think he's going to get in major trouble for anything. Just feeds into those SC7, C2 scores or whatever, S2 being low. Three safety, box safety, 3 cornerback, probably man. Multiple players in the secondary. Yeah, I mean, they're going to want some more defensive backs. So, I would think they want more players. Trading back could definitely be a thing here in the first round that they might really be enthusiastic to get done. Houston Texans, are they going to go CJ Stroud? Are they going to go, Anthony Richardson? Wow, they got Quentin Johnston here as a best fit for them, right at number 2. CBS has not updated these things for some time. That makes, yeah, I recall the Byron Murphy signing. That's good. They need more speed now. Got a lot of slow. There's nothing wrong with a slow defensive back as long as they do the job, but definitely want some speed. Texans already got their pick in. Thank you, Texans. I think it's CJ Stroud, or is it Will Anderson? It's got to be Will Anderson or CJ Stroud here. My money would be on CJ Stroud because I don't know how you don't go quarterback there, even though I like the idea of not doing it. But I would think they wanted to trade out of this pick. That would be the other option. It could be a trade here. Or rumblings about a Mac Jones trade here. It'd be crazy. I think the Vikings are in a mini rebuild. No sense in tearing things down, but probably been overperforming for a couple of years, so I think you want to get a bunch of bodies in there. Houston would go defense. Now the arrow is pointing to CJ Stroud, probably. Houston has a coach who on their staff. They have a staff member who coached CJ Stroud. Well, that's a connection. Got a good defensive end and safety last year. Edge rusher and safety. Who was the edge rusher you guys picked up last season? Yeah. What do you think of Za'Darius? No, I thought you drafted one, but maybe it was just safety. What do you think of Za'Darius there? Bit of a diva. He's great when things are going well. Lewis Cine, Andrew Booth in the second round. Brian Asamoah. Oh, you do have Asezi Otamewu. Kind of liked him on the D line. Vidarian Lowe, liked him for offensive line. CJ Stroud, it is. After all the craziness of it's gonna defense. We go. I didn't get how you could ignore the quarterback position unless you went with my strategy of trading pick 10 out. But if you weren't able to find anybody to get a first round for pick 10 for next season, then you couldn't guarantee yourself a quarterback next year. They had a good group of edge rushers that year, and I think that defense was just kind of feeling good. Everything was working well for them that season. I don't necessarily want to say overperform, but he was performing at his peak. And then the injuries started coming. Well, you guys got tight end Nick Muse, too. I liked that last season. Jalen Nyler, liked him a fair bit. I thought the Vikings had a pretty decent draft last year. Lewis Cine is pretty sweet. Andrew Booth should be good. Not speedy, but good. And Brian Asamoah was an interesting linebacker. Asamoah should be a good fit. He'd probably be a reason you guys would not be looking at Diane Henley at linebacker. Oh, we've had a few. What's the poll looking like here? So, 4 votes. Must be 4 people voted. 3 people, 1 to 2. That's crazy. If you would have asked that question, I mean, unless there are people watching my videos, but if you would have asked that question just 2 weeks ago, people would probably put 5. Sounds good, Joseph. Thank you very much for stopping on through. And I'll see you then or not. But either way, thank you for stopping through. Have a good one. We'll get more people in here eventually. All right. So Arizona's got 4 minutes left to this pick. I'm going to keep talking like somebody's here. And what? Actually, there's some people in here. Arizona. I mean, Will Anderson, right? Could go Jalen Carter. Or Paris Johnson. I think if you can't trade out, and you're not going to... I might think of Paris Johnson if Will Anderson is who I'm going with. Arizona. Because you got to protect the franchise, and I assume Kyler Murray is the franchise. You can't keep getting him injured. So we'll see, but let me know if where you would go if you're Arizona here. Probably wouldn't go Bijan Robinson like at 3 here, like CBS website has. So CJ Stroud off the board. I mean, it's the right pick. Give that an A-. I'll be having videos up after the draft is completely done. Do 4 videos. AFC North, NFC North in one video each, South, West, East, AFC and NFC, both in the same video. For 4 days after the mock draft, after the real draft here, grading the drafts, talking a little bit about each team's draft haul and how I thought they did. So check those videos out when I get them done. Probably take a half a day off and get that out like 2 days after the draft, and then every day after. All right, by the time you hear this, it'll be about a minute 15 left on the clock for Arizona. They are going to take this down to the wire, probably because they're hoping for a trade to happen, hoping for somebody to maybe call and up the ante. Maybe they have a trade in place, they're just hoping for a better trade. Who would trade up? I mean, Houston could just because of their thing, but Indianapolis obviously could if they only like one of the two remaining quarterbacks. I just don't see a trade happening here, though. I think Indy would be smart enough not to waste capital moving up here. I don't think that... I just don't think it would be worth it, especially for either of these quarterbacks. And I don't... Who would... Tennessee could move all the way up. Trade alert, Tennessee Titans. I mean, that's who you would suspect. Otherwise, like Seattle. It is the Texans, the first one off the clock there. So they do want to come up, and they want to take Will Anderson. I did this. No, I didn't do this. Somebody else did this. You know, holy cow. Jalen Carter, that's the name. They coming for Jalen Carter or Will Anderson? What did they trade? What did you get? Who was it that had this? Is it that fantasy franchise guy? I think it was that franchise guy. I gotta congratulate him. I don't think he knows who I am. You know, I have to update my ticker. Oh. Good job, Marcus. Good job. All right. Cardinals traded the third pick to the Houston Texans with the third pick. You probably know by the time that I get this out. Houston Texans select Will Anderson, of course. Good pick there. I get the strategy. I like it a lot, Texans. So, let's update this ticker. And I only have to update 2 teams. Carolina goes Bryce Young. Houston goes quarterback CJ Stroud. And linebacker, edge. Will Anderson. Awesome. We're already getting off to a freaking crazy start here with the draft. Can't believe somebody actually came up for that. And Arizona was willing to go that far down. But I think after losing pick 66 earlier, right before the draft, they needed more capital. I think that made that trade more likely. That's crazy. All right, well, I hope Marcus saw my congratulations. And I know I screwed up a little bit on this ticker. What was the compensation? I'll find it in just a moment. So Indianapolis up. I mean, I think it's going to be Will Levis. Let me know if you think different. I mean, could be Anthony Richardson. I had it going that way for a while, but just seemed to be too much smoke with Will Levis for them. And that was the early thought. So Cardinals got picks 12, 33, and a 2024 first round pick. Cardinals got 3 and 105. That's fair. That's a good trade. Cardinals go at 33. Not cheap for the Texans, but as it shouldn't be. So Houston gives up pick 33, a future first. Get back 105 at a late third rounder. Should be. For Will Anderson, one of the few blue chip guys in this draft. I mean, with all the stock that they do have, it's worth it. I'm going to give that an A- to B+ type hybrid, B+, A-. And CBS being harsh with these grades here. B-, B, B-. They gave up a ton to get him. They did, but you need playmakers. Colts pick is in. It's got to be Will Levis. What would be the other strategy? You go offensive line, trade, give up the house to get back up. They don't have that kind of capital. I go Richardson. I have him up on my board. I had to keep up with these things here. Will Anderson. I'll get used to this. And the best part about Will Anderson is he's going to be learning under the tutelage of D'Amico Ryans. Is that the Colts brass? Look at them, all calm. Man, they've just got people sat all around. That's quite the war room there. I don't think I would want that many people in my war room. Colts. Is it Anthony? It is. Good choice. Good choice. The only issue I have with that for the Colts is, are you really going to throw him out there day one? You kind of have to, right? I don't like that. I would want Anthony to have a year, at least, to learn. Not that you can't work around it, but you just don't want to develop any bad habits. And now the Colts, you got to make sure to get an offensive line in front of this boy. I would be trying to trade back into the first to get a stud offensive lineman to make sure he has time. He has a slow release. Good thing is he has a big body. He can take hits and he can run, get out of the pocket when things break down. But you just don't want him to get too used to that. You want him to learn how to throw. But highest ceiling, I freaking love it. I just ruined my pen. There we go. Good call. That brings Seattle up onto the board. Is it Jalen Carter? I would do it. It's got to be worth the risk at pick 5. I'm going to give that a B++. Might have to adjust some of these grades because I'm thinking that compared to Houston giving up all that capital to take Will Anderson. That's getting more than a B++. I love this. Anthony Richardson, third quarterback off the boards. So now it's Will Levis. I don't think Seattle would be interested in Will Levis. I think it was Stroud or Richardson for them. Detroit? Probably not. Surprised Richardson gets a better grade than Anderson. Same as Stroud. Solid. Las Vegas. It's Tennessee going to be looking to trade up to 8 here in a little while. If Will Levis doesn't go with one of these next 2 picks, I don't think Seattle or Detroit would want to trade out here. What a crazy pick. Anthony Richardson has so much upside. Insane athlete. I thought he looked good at the combine. I thought he showed some good touch on the short and the intermediate routes. I've heard a lot of people who are better at tape than I, and I don't even bother with the tape for quarterbacks because I just don't know enough of what to look for in terms of their footwork and all of that stuff. That Anthony Richardson looked worse because of his wide receivers. His accuracy wasn't as bad as the numbers show, as it appears sometimes, because his wide receivers weren't in place. They weren't getting to the spots that they should get to. So, if that's what you see on tape, then you definitely take him there. Man, I don't want to ever root for Indianapolis, but I do want to root for Anthony Richardson. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Seattle's not making up their minds, or they're just eating clock, listening to offers. I think they are open to trade here, so that's possible. 5 and 20, they were looking to potentially trade. Philadelphia, I think, would be the team that would trade up here for Jalen Carter. 2 minutes at commercial. And Philadelphia just got that pick 66. I mean, they've got to have the ammunition. This trade's got to happen, right? Philly coming up to pick 5. Seattle's got to be balancing trades. Otherwise, they know who they want. They're either trying to get a better offer, maybe they haven't accepted it, or less than a minute here. Haven't seen the trade thing come up. What are you going to do, Seattle? Let me know what you think if you're in here. I see there's been another vote. We're up to 60%. What's the poll looking like? Oh, we have a 5 taker there. And so the pick is in. If it's not Jalen Carter, then I'm surprised he didn't trade out. And then I'm thinking teams know that Jalen Carter is going to be slipping a little further. Pick is in. Haven't seen the trade thing come up, but if I recall, well, that commercial, they kind of don't do that. At least for the first round. They might not do that because they don't want to tip that off. Let's see if there's any. Here we go. Seattle's pick is in. Detroit's been on the clock for a while now. Can't really talk about what they do until we know this. Word from Jeff Darlington in yeah, it was possible they would take a quarterback, but I don't know about Will Levis. I think it was AR-15. Could be both. Picks in. Quarterback? We didn't see 4 quarterbacks go? Jalen Carter? I bet would be Jalen Carter. With the 5th pick. It's Devin Witherspoon. Awesome pick. Go Seattle. Well, that's a great player. Devin Witherspoon. Athletic, physical cornerback. I've definitely mocked him there. So we know Jalen Carter's. Philly's got a lot of ammunition. Whenever they trade up, that's going to be when Jalen Carter's going. Because I think they made it known for teams that they want Jalen Carter and they're willing to give up enough to get him. Maybe. So Detroit could go cornerback. Could go Christian Gonzalez. They need one. I think they want one. But if they trade back, would they still be able to get him? No, because the Chargers might, the Raiders might take him. Devin Witherspoon to Seattle. Let me go. Let me get up my cornerback sheet here. Excellent in man coverage. Plus ball skills. Great attitude. Good tackler. Special teams ability. Perimeter. Could go into the nickel slot there for Seattle. I don't think that's where they'll have the biggest need for him. But that versatility is always helpful, and not all formations are the same every single down. I need to upgrade my ticker. This ticker's obnoxious. Cornerback Devin Witherspoon. And before that, we saw I have that down, right? In Houston? Is Houston in the books here? Oh no. Indianapolis. Quarterback. Anthony Richardson. Fixed. Devin Witherspoon to Seattle makes a lot of sense. A little smaller than they typically get, but you don't want all of the same thing on one sandwich, you know? So you need some variety in that defense in order to keep up with different offenses. So I really like that for them. We're going to give that. We're going to start them off with an A. I'm tempted to give them an A+ on that. It's going to depend what they do with the rest of the draft, though. To see how they do, because cornerbacks are kind of deep, so you want to make sure to get every position along your defense. And Jalen Carter could have been a game changer, but there's all the risk with that too. You've avoided that. So Detroit Lions on the board. I've had them trade here. What do we just got rid of the whole ticker and everything there on ESPN. I guess McDonald's paid extra to get that taken away for their advertisement. Could definitely see Christian Gonzalez go here. What's this? The Lions trade. Cardinals trade pick 12-34. Tyree Wilson? Devin? Ooh, Paris Johnson. Cardinals come up to 6 for Paris Johnson. Who would they be afraid? They could be afraid of Las Vegas wanting Paris Johnson. Could be afraid of Detroit taking him. I'm thinking Paris Johnson here. It could be Christian Gonzalez too, but I don't know that Detroit would have traded out if they knew that. So Jalen Carter, Paris Johnson are my top 2 guesses. It was long suspected Jalen Carter was not on Arizona's board, but that was never verified. What did you give up, Arizona? So like 12 and 34, a second rounder? And then you got a first for next year. So far, I mean, pick a few picks later. Looks good. Let's see who they take. Be Paris Johnson. It's the main guy, main position you'd be jumping up for. Unless it's Jalen Carter. Who had this in their mocks? Nobody. Nobody had Arizona going to 12 and then coming back up to 5. Maybe one person. 6th overall pick for 12 and yeah, 34. And they got a future first in like 36 earlier. So a future first to move back 2 spots in the draft. That's not shabby at all. They worked that really well. And the Arizona Cardinals select Paris I did have Detroit trading to the 12th pick. Yeah, Paris Johnson going. That's an A+. You got the extra capital and that. That's an A+ job here by the Cardinals to start the draft. Magnificent. So Paris Johnson, let's just go look at the offensive line. What's my little write-up on him? High IQ, good technique. Wrong guy. Good size, good athleticism, both true, really, really good at mirroring the defender. Controlled aggression with a high ceiling, low floor, zone scheme. Is Arizona? I think they are. Zone scheme. Either way, that's not a huge factor. So, I mean, Paris Johnson potentially will be the best offensive lineman in this draft. In part, maybe because of tackle being more important than guard and Peter Skoronski maybe being a guard. Peter, I would say, is the best offensive lineman in the draft, but Paris is right there and is a guarantee at a position of need. So that's starting to make things interesting for Chicago. As far as I know, Las Vegas is not going to take... I keep forgetting his darn name, Jalen Carter. Las Vegas, Tyree Wilson, Christian Gonzalez, Peter Skoronski would be my guesses here. So I would go... I've done this before with those same guys available, and I've picked Peter Skoronski for them. Do I think they'll do that? Christian Gonzalez, Peter Skoronski. I mean, there's better cornerbacks that you can take in the second, third when they'll be picking up again, compared to offensive linemen. So here you look at pick round 2 for offensive linemen, tackle, guard. You got some centers, which they could use, and this might even be high for them depending on how the draft goes. But look at all those cornerbacks there at 2, and then you get to some 2-3 guys, and that's debatable. And then even when you get into round 3 here, still not there for tackles, guards, center. But look at this nice hefty list for cornerbacks there. So I think the value smart play when looking down at the rest of the board is to go Peter Skoronski. Will Levis wouldn't be a bad pick. I don't think that's where they're going. By all accounts, Jalen Carter's off their board. So let's see. Arizona, though. How magnificent is that? They move back 2 spots in the second round, move back 3 spots in the first round, and they pick up a 2024 first round draft pick. From Houston, a team that's rebuilt. Is probably going to be it's for sure like a top 20 draft pick. First rounder next season, if that wasn't clear. That's magnificent. That's how you do it. And they have the capital to do that. They lost that 66th pick. That hurt their capital. They definitely had the capital to even do more of that crazy stuff. And with how they just pulled that off, maybe they would have. I know one of my mock drafts, I had them get 7 picks in the first 4 rounds. I've had them take 3 picks in the first round before. I think. Almost sure about that. Maybe just 2. And they still have DeAndre Hopkins to trade too. And that's 36. And DeAndre Hopkins should be able to get him into like Baltimore territory. If they want more from it, they could hold off from Baltimore depending on what the board looks like at that point. Go to Buffalo. I do think they want running back as well later. The Raiders pick is in. I think it'll be Peter Skoronski. We shall see who it is. Is there anyone in here? I haven't looked at the numbers. I'm all alone, baby. I'm going to keep talking, though. We're not going to stop talking. If nothing else, I'm getting my talking points out here that I'll end up using in my videos. So it's good. It's good practice for everyone. For me, not for you. So Detroit's going to get 12, 34. They're going to have a good draft. They could have 3 picks in the first round, too. If they wish to. I don't think there's any need to in this draft. Unless you have specific targets or a specific target falls. Where are we going? Do I need to upgrade the ticker? Yes. Arizona. Just beautiful work by Arizona. Raiders on the clock pick is in. We still have not announced that. They'll get to it. Let me do another sound check quick. Just beautiful work by Raiders on the clock pick is in. We still have not announced that. Okay. It's workable. Not the best. I don't know what to do about that. Maybe like that. with the 7th pick in the NFL draft, the Las Vegas Raiders, Tyree Wilson. All right. I wouldn't have done that, so we're gonna give them. That's a definite need. Peter Skoronski's an A. Tyree Wilson's an A minus, right? Christian Gonzalez. Tyree Wilson. Probably rather have Tyree Wilson. So A minus. Didn't spend any extra capital to do it. Got a top 4 talent or so, possibly, in the draft. Not bad. For Las Vegas. What do we got here? We had another vote for 1 to 2 wide receivers. Can't believe that's winning by that much. So Tyree will. Let's get to him. Let's update the draft trigger. Las Vegas. Willis is a 3-4 kind of edge rusher. Big guy, as you can see if you're watching the on TV on the broadcast at all. Some injury concerns coming into this draft. I don't know. That day, I think some of that got overblown today. That was some late news, which is always skeptical. Las Vegas goes edge rusher. Tyree Wilson. Let's, what do we got here? A. B for the Paris Johnson. Even including everything you downgraded. See, here we go. So you downgraded Houston for giving up a ton of capital to get Will Anderson. But you didn't give them any credit, Arizona any credit, for getting a bunch of capital. Falcons are on the clock. This is a trade back spot. It looks like it's trade. They're going to go to commercial because the Falcons got the pick in too quickly. But they got that in quick. Could they have been hiding? I've had Nolan Smith go to them a lot. Could they have been hiding the fact that they like Jalen Carter? Possible. Probably the best player in this draft. Christian Gonzalez could make some sense. I think they've done enough to their defense that I wouldn't go that route. We go back. We come up. Where are you? Tackle, cornerback, quarterback. There's the edge. Oh, God. Let's look at Tyree Wilson. Great size, great athletics, great versatility. 3-4 end. Best fit for Tyree Wilson. He'll help. Max Crosby, their edge rusher, Max Crosby, needs a lot of help. That defense needs help. It's the right choice to go defense or offensive line for them. Definitely didn't get mixed up and go wide receiver or something stupid. Falcons should probably not do the same with their at cornerback, even though Christian Gonzalez is really very good. I don't think you go wide receiver. You don't go Jackson Smith-Jigba this early. I have a mid to late second round draft grade on him. Think he'll go earlier than that because he is quite possibly the only wide receiver that will go in the first round. That pick came in awfully quickly. I think it's, if it's on trade back, man, I think it's Jalen Carter here. That's a need, right? Yeah, they need help all along their deep front. Is there any news on this being a trade, by the way? Right now, Detroit Lions have picks 12, 18, 3 second rounders, 34, 48, and 55. So from now to mid second round, they have 5 picks. Good for them. That's dangerous. That's a lot to work with. Pick number 12 has already been traded 3 times. Yeah. Well, you know, pick 12 is kind of a spot, too, in this draft. There's things shift around that portion. It's going to be the end of some of these surefire first-round talents, and the point where you start to dip into less surefire first-round talents, more first/second round talents, maybe even reach to second-round talents, dependent upon need and specific likes. They keep showing this Carolina Panthers girl, and I don't blame them. She is an amazing woman by all accounts. Falcons, what we doing? You got the pick. It looks like they're going to announce it. We got questions. Is it a trade? What are we doing? Yeah, bouncers up on stage. 2 nervous people. We trade. Alright. Hype the crowd. So, I mean, it doesn't look like it's traded, right? They won't bring these kids out there if they... Jalen Carter? Get ready for a big, big bump from the crowd here. Jalen Carter. Who is it? Selection. You got this, kid. He's nervous. Big deep breaths. With. I'm reading lips right now. The 8th pick, 2023 NFL Draft. They did go Bijan here. I didn't think they would do it. Everybody told me they would. How do I feel about Bijan going at pick 8? How do I feel about the Falcons getting Bijan? Bijan Robinson, one of the few blue chip talents of this draft, so you can't fault them for getting that kind of talent. Falcons are going to want to rely on their rushing attack. That makes sense. I think they have a decent rusher in Tyler Algier. Definitely not the, he's not Bijan Robinson. Chicago's up on the board next. What kind of grade? Chicago Bears trade. Philly? Yep. So there's that domino falls, going up one spot just to ensure that nobody else jumps them. Good style. Good style. Good for the Bears. They're going to get some more draft capital. My cat's going nuts. So, Bijan Robinson, all around great player. Prototypical running back. Very athletic. He's great at receiving. He's great at blocking. He can do it all. There is really no weakness to Bijan Robinson's game. And as much as I would have loved to put Jahmyr Gibbs ahead of him because of how electric he is and game-changing that Jahmyr Gibbs could be, Bijan Robinson's just like, he's there all game on every play for you. And that's more important than having somebody who could take it to the house from 80 yards out. Not that that's not important and awesome to have. Bijan Robinson, generational talent. He is a running back. Falcons don't give an F about that. I'm going to give that a B+. You could have traded out of this. You could have traded out of this. Like the pick, don't like the spot. Philly, we already know what's coming up there, so that's going to be Jalen Carter, potential best player of this draft. Move up, give up a little capital. You have a lot of capital in this draft, so why not? I like that. Now let's update this tracker. And I'm just going to go ahead and give Philly defensive tackle Jalen Carter. And Snickers, calm down. Hi. Snickers is my cat. She's gone insane. It's that time of the night. And there's a lot of shadows going on in here, probably, with all the light. So Jalen Carter to the Falcons. I hope I didn't blow out the mic there. High ceiling upside. Extremely powerful. Could be Warren Sapp-esque. Excellent body control. He's a beast. There are some concerns off the field. There are some concerns with his attitude. There are some concerns with the amount of plays that he might be able to be effective in a game. You get him in a rotation, that's never going to be concerned. And you should have a rotation along your defensive front anyways. They're big men up there. You want them to be playing it as high of a percentage of their effort as possible. Every play that they're on the field. So, Jalen Carter, excellent pick coming up here. Oh, I wouldn't do it, Falcons. I wouldn't have done that. But you get a great player who's going to be able to help make things easier for Ritter. What is the trade value here? Eagles trade up one spot. 4th rounder, 2024 4th rounder to move up one spot. They did talk to the Falcons at 8. The Falcons didn't take it. The Falcons, nobody was coming up for Bijan. Nobody was trading up for Bijan. Bears, gosh, I mean, maybe they could have taken him. Bears weren't taking him. They have other pressing needs. Just like you do. So I guess you don't think of that. Yeah, it makes sense for the Bears and the Eagles here. You don't give up much for the Eagles. Bears know who they're going to take. Bears didn't want Jalen Carter here. Right? Or is it not Jalen Carter then? Bears didn't want Jalen Carter. Who else would they have moved up here for? JSN? No. Don't need to do that. Bears aren't taking him. And with a 4th round value, that means no other trades were coming in for the Bears. Future 4th. Well, probably not. Not much. That'll be Jalen Carter. With the pick number 9, 9th selection of the NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select we got the camera on Jalen Carter. Everybody's expecting it. Jalen Carter. It is. Defensive tackle. Okay, he's crying. I thought we were waiting for it because I'm on double delay here. Um, it's an A plus for the Eagles. This is insane. The Eagles are an insane defense, an insane team. Didn't have to give up as much as I thought they would, although they were trying to give up more to other teams. I can't give them an A plus. You would get an A plus for Jalen Carter if it was out of the top 10 or even at pick 10. So at pick 9, we're going to give it an A. So as I said, I popped the cherry here a little quick. Bears pick is in. Bears pick wasted no time, or we wasted a lot of time. I don't know. Tennessee might already be 5 minutes into their clock. The Bears are obviously knew who they were going to take. So Jalen Carter, high ceiling upside. Highest of this draft. He's a crazy player. And you hope in Philly the chance to play for a championship team here will be enough motivation for him to behave. Totally worth the risk. It is a risk. So worth it. Eagles get Jalen Carter. I can't believe it. I can believe it, but you know, there's other teams in this league that could have prevented this from happening, and they didn't. The Bears didn't even make them pay for it, which is understandable. It's just one spot. Didn't want them. They got something for it. You can just grab a little quick bite while we wait for the Bears pick. Bears, who are you going to take? I'm going to take Peter Skoronski. That's what I would do. Take Will Levis. Nolan Smith. Christian Gonzalez. Christian Gonzalez could be it. Peter Skoronski should be it. All right. So we can highlight that now. What do you guys think? There's people in here. I mean, what do you think of that? Worth the risk? It's obviously worth the value, right? The trade up there for a 4th rounder. Who do you think the Bears are going to take? I think it's Peter Skoronski. It's got to be. You have to protect your future. Peter Skoronski's not as good of a fit match system wide as Paris Johnson would have been. But Bears didn't trade up for him. Their fault. They should have known that Arizona wanted Paris Johnson. You know, NFL, you make enough money. Would you just get along with a pick? Would you let us know who the Bears took? I'll show our highlights. That's alright. Jalen Carter deserves his moment for these highlights. But you know, less commercials then. So you can keep this thing moving because you paused earlier for commercials. We could be further along with this draft already. What are you, a business NFL? What do you think? Christian Gonzalez, Peter Skoronski, something else? They do need more help, but those are the 2 best players on the board right now. Nolan Smith's kind of up there, but you gotta go Peter Skoronski. You have to fix that offensive line. You can't have the worst offensive line in the league again. Poor, why can't I think of his name right now? quarterback for the Bears, was hit like 50 times last year. I think he had 9 or 12 sacks in one game. The kid is tough, but you can't be that tough year in and year out. You can't take all those hits, those big hits. So you have to go offensive line. And Peter Skoronski's a really, really, really good offensive lineman. It would be a mistake to do anything else. I'd be okay with them making a mistake, but they're still going to get a good player. Probably. You know. We think they'll be. Christian Gonzalez is option number 2. I mean, a different offensive lineman, Broderick Jones, Darnell Wright. Oh, Darnell Wright it is. Okay. So Darnell Wright, who I have at the bottom here, out of these top 6 offensive linemen. We can talk about him for a quick moment before I update the track ticker. Go to tackles. Darnell Wright is experienced. He's played along the left side. He's played along the right side. They do need a tackle. And if you did not have Peter Skoronski, if you didn't think he could be a tackle in the league, you had him at a guard. It does make sense to not go Peter Skoronski. I would have done it anyways. Left tackle, right tackle experience. Good hand technique. Patient in pass protection. So that's good. Limited range in run blocking. Gap power run scheme. Interesting. Not the choice I would have picked for this offense. Darnell Wright, some think, could be a better guard at the next level. Well, I mean, we're seeing some range here on the screen game. You get a good... What do we rate this as? Let's update the ticker. Think about it. Titans pick is already in. Draft's falling way behind on these picks. I'm going to fall behind on that. So, Darnell Wright, you got the right position. So we're at a B+, A- there. I'm going to give him a B. A lot of people liked him more than me. I get that, but I didn't like him more. I don't know about the fit. I don't think he's the best fit. He's a better fit than Dawand Jones would have been. I don't think he's a better fit than Anton Harrison, but he might be a more complete prospect, especially on day 1, than Anton Harrison. Anton could take some learning yet. Broderick Jones, very athletic. Would have loved that more. Darnell Wright. It's a B- for me. That's what it is. Thank you, Bears. Possibly for screwing up, if you did. But you chose the right position. Gosh, B- seems harsh. No. B-. Is that my first B? No. Bijan Robinson. We've had a couple borderline Bs. B+, A-. B++ to A- for Anthony Richardson. CJ Stroud. I think that's a B+. Few A's, few B's. Kind of an even split so far. These aren't my final grades. I will have videos that I will post for... I'll put the NFC, AFC North in one video, NFC, AFC East in one video. After the draft is done, I will review the entirety of the drafts, give them grade, give some player grades, maybe. Let's update this ticker here. Let me know what you think of the Bears pick there with Darnell Wright. I guess all that smoke was right on him. He's been climbing up boards for a while now, really. High up on some people's boards already. In Chicago. Going tackle. Good choice. Darnell Wright. I don't think it's a good choice. Who else did we miss? Darnell Wright. Got Paris Johnson on here. Got all the quarterbacks on there. Do I have Jalen Carter for Philadelphia? Yeah, because I did that early. Titans. I mean, we're going to select Will Anderson, right? Titans select Will Anderson. So I'll just keep this up. I'll prepare that. Tennessee, where are you? So Will Anderson. Interesting quarterback. I think I have him, Will Anderson. Will Levis. Interesting quarterback prospect. He's safer than Anthony Richardson, but he doesn't have the same ceiling as Anthony Richardson. He's not as safe as like a CJ Stroud, but he has more upside than a CJ Stroud. And he's not short like Bryce Young. He's much more prototypical. So he just kind of ends up being the odd man out of those, of, you know, pick your poison, pick your flavor of these quarterbacks. It's a little, it's a little more nuanced than just simply they're all like pick your flavor. Levis is probably, he's fourth on my board, so I don't disagree with that. I can't find Tennessee on this list for the life of me. It's in alphabetical order, so obviously they're right there, second to last team. So if you don't go Will Levis, if you're Tennessee, you go offensive line, Peter Skoronski. That could make sense. You could trade back if you can find somebody to trade back with. Or you go, is it Nolan Smith or Myles Murphy if you're Tennessee? I think it's Myles Murphy if you were to go that route. Probably not going for a big man. Mozzie Smith, Brian Brzee, Kalijah Cansey, too early for that. Christian Gonzalez, cornerback. Not one of their biggest needs. I don't know that it's... I don't know. Should be Will Levis here. Let's find out in a little bit. Peter Skoronski, Broderick Jones. I've marked DeWand Jones to them. I think he would be a great fit for them. Depends how you feel about Will Levis. Pick is in. 11th pick of the draft. Tennessee Titans. Select Peter Skoronski. Yeah. There you go. What do you think of that? We think that's an... I think that's an A+. I don't think the Titans absolutely needed to address a top 4 quarterback, especially if they didn't feel that the 4th quarterback is worth it here. I can give that... I love Skoronski. He has played tackle in college. Is that his dad, Bob Skoronski? Was that a Packer? Look like throwback Packer uniforms. Right up here, Peter Skoronski, high IQ and technique. Position versatile, and he moves well. Very well, maybe a fit at guard and not tackle. And they have needs all along their entire offensive line. So Tennessee going to go. Offensive tackle. Offensive lineman. Peter Skoronski. Skowrow. Petey Sko is, I think, the best offensive lineman of this draft, as you can see up here. Right there. Number 1. This list isn't exactly in my order of... There can be 1As, 1Bs. There is some influence from other experts, from other charts. I went through and took some of that out today to make this a little bit more to my feelings and thoughts at the end of the day here. Peter's been at the top since the beginning of the process for me on the offensive line. Lions have picked at pick 12 of this draft. They have they? Jalen Carter, A+. Yeah, I agree with that one. Darnell Wright, B+. I gave it a B-. Peter Skoronski, a B. The Titans need a ton of help along their offensive line. Skoronski is a physical, tough guy who will help in front. He's a Mike Vrabel type of player, exactly. He played tackle in college, but I think he might end up as an all-pro guard. Yeah, he's an all-pro. What are you giving him a B for? So we are 2 picks away. There's no way Detroit... They don't need 2 slot guys. They wouldn't take JSN just to spite the Packers, would they? I don't think so. It's Christian Gonzalez, right? It's got to be Christian Gonzalez. I have no other guess. It's Christian Gonzalez here for Detroit. And they pick Jahmyr Gibbs. What happened? I gotta see. Yeah, I see Marcus's face on this. What just happened? Jahmyr Gibbs. I love Jahmyr Gibbs, but nobody had him going this early in the draft. I'm going in the 20s. Maybe in the late teens. Maybe. This is... I mean, you got running backs, Detroit, too. Oh my gosh. What kind of grade do you give this? Boy, I'm going to have to ponder on that one. Hello, Mark. Thank you for stopping in. By the way, let me know if my sound's bad. I haven't checked it in a little while. I think it's good. Mark, what do you think of this draft so far? Jesus. What just happened? I can't... I mean, you got to get rid of DeAndre Swift, which is going to give you some value. Holy cow. I don't love it. I don't hate it. He's a playmaker. You can always use more of those. But for sure you would address cornerback there, right? That's their first pick. I mean, they have a lot of draft capital. So you know what? This would have been kind of like if Philadelphia were to have taken Bijan Robinson or something. I wouldn't have disliked that. The Detroit Lions are pumped about Jahmyr Gibbs. No doubt about it, he's a playmaker. Packers, JSN, right? It's got to be JSN. It's too early for tight end. It's not like I'll hate it if they take any of the tight ends. I'll grade them differently depending on which one they take. I would love to see Darnell Washington to the Packers. Holy cow, Jahmyr Gibbs. We're going to give that a B? I think it's just a straight B. For Detroit. They still have the capital to do it, though, so that B is not going to hurt their overall grade too much if they kill it with the rest of these picks. Don't take... I changed it to a B-. Don't take Keion White, Green Bay Packers. Please don't. The pick is in. Could trade back. That's possible for the Packers here, but Jackson Smith-Njigba would be such an excellent fit. By the way, Jahmyr Gibbs, most electrifying player, running back of this draft. He just can't do it all like Bijan Robinson could, who's also quite electrifying himself. Jahmyr Gibbs, insane talent. Not double insane, just one insane. Out running back. Some concerns about him being a 3-down back, but he's absolutely explosive in the air and on the ground. And now you, Detroit, see what you can get for DeAndre Swift here. And maybe we can bump up that Jahmyr. No. I think we're just going to stick with a B for now, for that Jahmyr Gibbs, and see how that works out. I don't know how to feel about that yet. So the Packers pick is in. Quentin Johnston would be okay. It seems like he would be the Green Bay Packers, type of guy that they would draft if they go wide receiver. Offensive line could go Broderick Jones. That I wish he was taken, so that way we would go JSN for sure. It definitely might go Broderick Jones. Definitely could go Nolan Smith, I think. Could go Myles Murphy. Could take a Christian Gonzalez, but I wouldn't like that. Could go interior. Mozzie Smith. Brian Brzee. Kalijah Kancey. But those aren't what they should. They should take Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's going to be an absolute blanket for Jordan Love. You want to make him comfortable. God, every little click's getting caught up. Just sound checking again. Sound check, sound check. Look at that delay. Holy. Sound check again. Sound check, sound check. Oh. Alright. It's better. Volume back up. Was that a trade? What was that? Pick is in. I can't believe that. Lions with the first real stunner of this draft. Seen a good draft by Arizona as far as how they've conducted it so far. Detroit. Interesting. They just didn't want to miss out on their guy in Jahmyr Gibbs. It's Luka. Darn it. Such a their pick. Alright. I get it. I get it. I don't love it, but it's not unlike a pick that I loved previously for us in how can I not think of his name right now? So I think Marcus, that franchise guy, is probably liking this one. Sorry, I'll get right back to my thought in a moment. I just had a major brain fart. Been a long few days. Rashawn Gary, not unlike Rashawn Gary there in Lucas Van Ness. I had him down here as a 1/2 round pick. A lot of people did not have him that low. I just thought for a project, I would rather not wait that long for one that I didn't absolutely love. I didn't like him as much as I liked the tape when I watched Rashawn Gary, but we're just about the same area of the draft here. Packers take another similar type of player who's a bit of a project. I'm sure he'll be able to come in and contribute a certain percentage of the downs here in year one, but he needs to learn more. New England Patriots trade out of their pick. Who's coming up? The Steelers coming up for Broderick Jones. That's going to be great for them. We'll probably give them an A+ on that. So Detroit, Jahmyr Gibbs, Green Bay, and I'll show my little write-up on Lucas Van Ness in just a little bit. Really wasn't somebody I wanted to see come off the board to the Packers. They have capital, could move back up into the first round into the middle of the, they could trade up with like Baltimore, Minnesota, I guess, for a wide receiver if they want to. And also there's some really good depth at wide receiver that they can get later in the draft. And Lucas Van Ness just isn't there. I'm going to give the Packers a B on that. And Lucas Van Ness is not Lucas Van Ness. Jackson Smith-Jigba just really isn't their type of guy. Pittsburgh trades up here. Probably going offensive line. Gosh. You could have gotten Lucas Van Ness at pick 15. I mean, I suppose New England actually might have wanted him. Kind of a New England type player as well. What am I trying to go to? We go here, we go to edge. Lucas Van Ness, my little write-up. He has room to develop. He's a one-trick pony to me right now. He's just all strength. There we go. Pittsburgh goes Broderick Jones, offensive tackle. Told you that one. Traded with New England. Makes sense. I wrote he plays strong, but not much else. He gets good. He gets good burst, and he has good leverage to win. He uses those two pieces in order to beat his players. He's a scheme diverse 5-tech. I found it interesting, multifacetedly interesting in two ways, good and bad. Lucas Van Ness, he's a strength guy on the field, not in the weight room. At the combine, he did not bench a lot. And he wasn't really a super fast or quick guy, but those were the drills that he did do, actually tested really well on. And so in that sense, I thought that showed that there is more growth for Lucas, but it could also, double-edged sword, it could also mean that maybe that strength won't translate at the next level. So, concerns about Lucas, but good upside. Then we saw Broderick Jones go to the Steelers. That's an excellent pick for them. I can probably just give that one an A right off the bat here. Broderick Jones, really, really good tackle. Third best of this draft, better than Darnell Wright. Very athletic, finishes plays, has high upside. Building that picket fence for Kenny Pickett. Huge need on the offensive line that they've ignored for far too long, so they absolutely needed to do this, and they're finally doing it. He's got the technique and mechanics are a bit inconsistent for him. Scheme versatile guy, that's always good. They're not picking back-to-back. This was official, right? They showed Broderick Jones. Was I? Okay, now it's official. I just go in a time loop. What happened there? So Broderick Jones is official. That couldn't have been embarrassing. Where are we going here? Pittsburgh. Broderick Jones. Cat going crazy in the corner. Draft. Overall, not as crazy as I thought it might be. Don't like all the picks. But, that's for me to not like, and for the teams to like what they've done. So Pittsburgh goes offensive tackle. Broderick Jones. Wonder what they gave up for that. I'll let you know. Broderick Jones. Is it really a 4th round pick? No way. So Broderick Jones, really, really good tackle. Just a little bit of work to go on him. But that's what you wanted to see from Pittsburgh. Way to stay patient and really get the have to give up the least capital in order to move up a little ways there. The heck. Alright, so the New York Jets are coming up onto the clock. They definitely wanted Broderick Jones. There's no doubt about that. I think they still have to go offensive line. They don't have to. I think it would be very wise of them to go offensive line here. And Dwan Jones is who I would go. Anton Harrison, I've mocked them in the past. Really good pass blocker. Going to come in on day one and be a solid pass blocker, which is important. But he's not as good of a run blocker. And I do think that the Jets want to make sure that that running game works as well with Breece Hall. And that's going to help to also take pressure off of Aaron Rodgers. Dwan Jones I have rated higher. I think he's a beast, and I think he has far more future upside than... He and Peter Skoronski could be like the two offensive linemen, and Paris Johnson in this draft, who are Hall of Famers. Dwan Jones has that potential. He has that body. He's just a massive guy. I've seen mixed reports on his pass blocking. Some good. Some he's just a better run blocker than pass blocker. So let's clean this up here. Broderick Jones off. Jets, 4 minutes still left in their pick. And is that it? Will Levis still on the board. Who's going to want him eventually here? Washington Commanders, will they go Will Levis? That's a question. Detroit Lions, would they go Will Levis? Could do it. Tampa Bay, you going to trade up at any point? This would be about the area where Tampa Bay, if you wanted to get Will Levis, you are talking to teams. So Jets could trade back again. Don't think they will. You want offensive line here. Who else could the Jets want? Let me check my needs list for them. Linebacker, you're not going to pop off a linebacker right now. Tight end, I just don't think that's a need, really. It's offensive line. It depends how you feel about your team. Could go O'Cyrus Torrence here. Seems a little early, but so was, Jahmyr Gibbs. Seemed a little early for him to go this early, but he did. So, we'll see. Christian Gonzalez, really, really good. One of the most talented players left. Nolan Smith wouldn't be bad. So you couldn't blame them if they did that. But Dwan Jones would be my pick. I think it'll be Anton Harrison. We will see. Or you trade back. If you trade back, you could trade back one more spot again. Well, the other trade was... No, they haven't traded back yet. So, yeah, I was thinking New England. New England might want offensive tackle. So you would only do if the Washington Commanders were interested in moving up. I don't think you trade back with Tampa here. Not unless the juice is worth the squeeze. So the Packers got their edge. Not the one I would have taken if it were me making the decisions. I think Nolan Smith would have really added a nice element quickly. But at least they didn't take Keon White. That I would have given him a bad grade for. Nolan's playing cards. He knows he's not going for a little right now. Probably not going for at least another 3 picks. Detroit could go for him. That would be interesting. Detroit, Nolan Smith. Jets must. This is the Jets' room. Did they trade? What are we doing? We're clapping. It does not say the pick is in. This is footage from the Aaron Rodgers trade right now. Yeah. Not the current war room. No, it says this is the current. Yeah, the pick is in. I think you got to go offensive line here. You can't let, unless you really care about that first round pick next year, you can't let Aaron Rodgers get hurt. You want a Super Bowl, and you might have one. Got a really good team. It's too early. I don't think tight end is that big of a need. It's too early to go linebacker. Cyrus Torrence, Dwan Jones, Anton Harrison. Anything else getting a bad grade? No. Depends. Cat. Cool it. Yeah. What do you guys think? Who would you go? I'd go Dwan Jones myself. Next up on my list. There. Right there. My board. Are they saying to go Nolan Smith or Kalijah Kancey for the Jets? You know, yeah, Brian Brzee, Kalijah Kancey, Mazi Smith, that wouldn't be terrible. Anybody along the front defensive line wouldn't be bad. Well, anybody's a stretch. Keion White would be bad. For now, I don't hate Keion White. I hate him at this point in the draft. What are you doing, Jets? We're going to get a guest on stage with Roger. Getting the ticker ready to update that. Hopefully I haven't missed any teams. Let me know if I have missed something along the ticker. That is a young man. Good suit though. Look at that. Almost fits him. Could be a tailored suit. Good for him. Bone cancer. That. Rough. You can see his leg. Oh, I couldn't imagine going through any kind of cancer. Bone cancer, I think, is very ugly. What is it going to be? Offensive line? Should be. Getting jacked. Jets. It's Will McDonald. Should be a good player. Too early, I think, in my book. Apparently I'm not an expert. Where are you, Jets? Going edge rusher, pure edge rusher, Will McDonald. You want him to get after quarterbacks. That's his primary and only job there. I don't like this pick a whole lot. I like the player. I don't like the spot. And I don't like the position for the team. I think that's a mistake in this draft. But Will McDonald off the board. Let me pull up. It's Washington. Probably got their pick in, right? 5 minutes left for Washington. Edge rusher, Will McDonald. Where are you? And this list has changed a little bit, so some of this order is different than the big board up there. But Will McDonald wrote that he's got arms for days, plays with a high motor. He is not a great defender against the run. There's at least concerns there coming into the league. He is a 3-4 outside linebacker, edge rusher type of player. So I guess in that sense, it's not too early to go linebacker. But, yeah, you're sending him off the edge on early downs. First down, second down, third and long. Don't want him out there in third and short. The second and long, it depends the scheme, the day, what team you're playing, what their tendencies are. You can never have too many edge rushers. So for the Jets, it's gonna depend on how the rest of the draft goes. If they get Dawand Jones, Anton Harrison yet, especially if they don't have to spend any capital to come up for one of those guys, then hey, all the more power to you. So I gave Lucas Van Ness a B just a little bit ago. We're going to do B- for Lucas Van Ness and B- for Will McDonald. Edge rushers are coming off of the board. Edge rushers we did not think would be Lucas Van Ness, maybe. Will McDonald, some thought. Not most. Not most at this point in the draft. But he has a job and he does it well. Commanders are up. Their pick is in. They had time left. Do they go Will Levis? Do they go cornerback? Christian Gonzalez is still out there. Really good fit, I thought, for them. Deonte Banks is available. Could go edge rusher. They have a lot of needs, Commanders. They're not a complete team. Could go offensive line. They have a quarterback they want to succeed, but I don't think that's really a need, is it? Washington. A lot of needs. Quarterback. Maybe. I think they like theirs. Cornerback. Tackle. Okay, they do need tackle. Linebacker. Tight end. Interior line. They need all of it. I don't think you go offensive line right now. You need cornerback. I gotta go Christian Gonzalez if I were them. Or Deonte Banks. Or Joey Porter Jr. I like Joey Porter better than Deonte Banks. And I like him. He and Christian Gonzalez are 2A and 2B for me. So, take your pick. Go with it. Like I've said my piece on Will McDonald. Not a great pick. Not a great pick. Then again, could be a little early for Dawand Jones, Anton Harrison. There was that run on offensive linemen. Should have traded up for an offensive lineman if you didn't like more than the top 4 guys so far taken. Maybe they tried. Could have. Who's going to be the next? Darnell Washington, Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer. All possible right here for Washington as well. They do need tight end. They have their pick if they decide to go tight end. Do you go Will Levis? I don't think so. I don't think they do, I should say. I don't know that I would. A lot of people think he's a weird guy. And do you blame them? Mayo in your coffee? Who does that? So we've got some talent on the board here. Interior defensive line, Mozzie Smith, Brian Brzee. Really love them. Clyde Jacansey. Could go in the first, could go in the second. High upside player. May be a dud. Nolan Smith. You can make a similar argument for Nolan Smith that I just made for Clyde Jacansey, really. Miles Murphy. Some concerns. I think there's more good than bad there. Should go in the first round. Good player. Cornerbacks. Surprising here that there's still 3 on the board at this point, but not ultra surprising. You never knew how this draft would go. There is some depth at cornerback, so it's something that you could pass up on, knowing that you'll still get something decent later. And then sometimes that just pushes it all back. Washington up onto the board. Goodell's up at the podium, and he is talking, and he has said, Emmanuel Forbes, cornerback from Mississippi State. I don't like it. Let's see how low I have Emmanuel Forbes right now. Know the teams liked him because he doesn't care about his size. Now, mass matters in the NFL. You can't just sit out there and get bodied. Hopefully the Commanders play a lot of zone, because their Emmanuel Forbes should be fine. But in man-to-man, I just think he's going to get absolutely bodied in the NFL. Teams apparently loved his attitude because he doesn't care about his size, and he doesn't care. And I love that too, but you can bring the angriest, most confident 3-year-old up to fight me, and there's not a single 3-year-old, I'm not that big, who's going to have a chance against me because I have so much more mass on that. He does have long arms, I believe, Emmanuel. We can pull the cornerbacks up here. So that helps a lot. Good player. I had him all the way down here. Had him as a second round grade, still. Near the bottom, as far as my guys. A lot of risk, a lot of upside with Emmanuel Forbes. I don't understand it over Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter, Deontay Banks. But some things may come out on some of those guys after the draft that make more sense than that. You never know. Don't like it. Washington, what are we doing here? It's immediately I wanted you to get a cornerback, so I'm not going to go into the C's or anything like that. It's a B. It's a B. Maybe it's a B minus. I'll determine that some other day. Where are my cornerbacks? Emmanuel Forbes, B minus for Washington. Didn't love it. And the Patriots are up on the board. We're catching up here. Cornerback Christian Gonzalez, who I have mocked to them many times. Love that for them. Really great pick. You traded back. You got more capital. This is an A+, folks. New England. Love him for them. Shut down potential for Christian Gonzalez. So let's cover Emmanuel Forbes for Washington first here. I wrote versatile with a nose for the ball, high IQ and instinctual player. He has a great attitude for the game. We already kind of covered that. Great long speed and a quick first step, man or zone perimeter. But that was in college for the man. I just don't see it at the NFL level. Or I think there's a high chance that in at least half of his matchups, he is going to be able to get absolutely exposed in man coverage. So, what is that? 25% of plays that he's on the field, he will be targeted and beat. I don't like that. And that's the concern with Emmanuel Forbes. Use him correctly, and he'd be really, really good. So, just don't put him in bad situations. For Christian Gonzalez, ultra natural playstyle. He has athletic parents. I think his mother basketball, maybe both of them basketball players. I think he has some basketball background. And so he brings that to the cornerback position, kind of bodies up like a power forward or something out there at cornerback. So what I wrote was ultra natural playstyle. He's just smooth. He's a great athlete. He has great instincts and he has great size. He can play in zone. And he is a man plus defender. Zone, a little bit of a weakness for him. man is a plus. But either way, perimeter defender with shutdown upside. Could be a shutdown cornerback. And New England loves that because that allows them to do other things at other spots on the field, closer to the goal line, and they just let him do his thing out. So that's huge for them and their defense. So I love that. That was an A+, and it could be worse for me at the end of the day, but I went B- for Emmanuel Forbes to Washington. Might even have to go C+ on that. I don't know. The upside prevents me from wanting to go down into the C territory there. What do you guys think of those 2 picks? Let's update this draft ticker. We got the Lions up on the board. 5 picks left. Who do you want, Lions? Lions, I think. The other day I had them roughly at this spot in the draft. We were on pick 18 or something. I think I had them take Deonte Banks over Joey Porter. Because Deonte Banks is a physical press man corner, so I think he fits this system for the Lions a little bit better than Joey Porter. I think Joey Porter, excellent. What's the word I'm looking for? The attitude around the facility, that thing. Personality fit for the Detroit Lions. Culture fit is the word I want. I think Joey Porter's an excellent culture fit. I just don't think he's as good of a scheme fit as Deonte Banks. So if there's no concerns about Deonte Banks as far as being a culture misfit, then I go that route if I was the Lions. But I do have a significant difference in my evaluations on Deonte compared to Joey Porter. Like Joey Porter overall much better. Do I need to highlight anyone here? Gotten Forbes. Gotten those 2. Caught up there. Christian Gonzalez. Love that. A+. A+. And draft ticker. New England. New England doing good so far in this draft. They did their own little mini Arizona movement around there and got their guy. And I assume that's because there were so many darn cornerbacks left. They were happy to move back. Did I spell Christian Gonzalez correctly there? That's right. That's right. And Emmanuel Forbes for Washington. Ugh. Is that a trade? What happened? Detroit picks in. Tampa's up on the clock. What else could Detroit do? They could go Will Levis. I wouldn't hate that. I think it'd be good for them to get a quarterback in there for the future. Well, they're sitting in a spot with so much capital. And they already took a bit of a luxury pick with Jahmyr Gibbs. So I really think you want to get a couple more pieces on that defense. Offensive line, it's not a bad thing for them to get to just make sure that if somebody goes down, that doesn't become any kind of weakness. And they're going to have a lot of guys to pay in the coming years along the offensive line. Probably not going to be able to keep them all. So that wouldn't be a bad choice. DeJuan Jones, Anton Harrison, your pick of the litter. Mazi Smith. Could we see the Lions take my boy? Don't like a lot. Mazi Smith. Brian Brzee. I don't think he's going to fail at the next level. I think he's going to be a good player. I think there's a chance he's a great player. Same with Clyde Chicansey. Although, unlike Brian Brzee, I don't. He's very much a 50-50, 40-60 bet for success. I have a lot of concerns about size for him and whether that'll work. And it also depends the team. You could make him work, that's for sure. Detroit, he could probably work pretty well with. I think they could make it work. Nolan Smith, Myles Murphy, good picks. They can go anywhere. I say that. Okay, Jackson Smith-Jigba. I wouldn't That's a pick I wouldn't like as far as expected players here. I think they already have a true slot. You don't need 2 true slots on one roster. Unless one of them's your 6th, 5th best wide receiver, in case your slot goes down. You can always put an X wide receiver in the slot, big slot it, do a lot of things. Showing Will Levis on the national broadcast here. Depends your evaluation for Detroit. You'd love to get a quarterback in there, but you don't need to. And the more players that are not quarterbacks that you add to your roster, the better chance you have to win a Super Bowl this year. What you want to do? Who do they go? Offensive lineman doesn't necessarily help them win a Super Bowl. It helps them not lose one if some of their offensive linemen were to get injured throughout the season. Helps them get there, potentially. Let's see. The pick has been in. The commissioner should be walking out here. There's blood in the divisional waters. What do we do? I'm all out of tea. Roger Goodell with the 18th pick. Linebacker, Jack Campbell. What? Awesome. I love Jack Campbell. Give it to him. I was gonna move him up to a round 1, round 2 guy, but just never had the confidence to do that. Jack Campbell, linebacker. You need I think he's great. What would I have like? Let's see here. Brian Branch. Good, not necessary. Really would have liked to see a cornerback. So definitely not giving him a top grade. A minus? Yeah, I mean, I like it as much as Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, Mozzie Smith. I don't like it as much as Joey Porter. Brian Branch I'd probably get a little bit more excited about, but they like Jack Campbell more, so I'm down with that. And Jack Campbell can probably be a bigger contributor this year for a Super Bowl. Don't need to go tight end, that's fine that you didn't do that. Definitely not Jackson Smith-Jigba, and I don't like the other wide receivers a whole lot. I like it. What do we do? A minus? It's a tentative A minus. B plus-ish, but we'll give it an A minus there. Jack Campbell, my favorite linebacker. I think he's a stud. I think he's can't miss. I think he will be successful at the next level. I do have a write-up that we could look at. Detroit. What are we doing? Buccaneers pick is in, up on the clock. Let's get this rolling here. Linebacker. Jack Campbell, my number 1 ranked linebacker, plus size, leader, and process as well. He's a Mike linebacker. He's what they need there. Wouldn't mind a Trenton Simpson there either. Depends what they wanted to do. They needed Mike. They need both. They could use a nickel guy too yet, which doesn't have to be a linebacker at all. I like that a lot. Okay, so we got a commercial, so maybe a quick one. So let's update this ticker. Try running back Jahmyr Gibbs and a linebacker. Inside linebacker. Jack Campbell. Buccaneers lighten up the stage. Commissioner is going to be coming back out here shortly to announce the pick with number 19. No wide receivers taken off the board. can't read. I can't read what the other commentator's saying there on the TV. What do we do, Buccaneers? So many options. Will Levis would make some sense. I don't like tight end for you. You like him. Offensive line makes sense. Defense. Any number of those defensive guys hanging around. Kalijah Kancey, a playmaker. That's all right. That's all right. Not highest up on my board. Probably a B+. I mean, the thing about the Buccaneers is I can't knock them for the position that they take because they need help at every position. So, just give them. I have 2 guys above them. A lot of upside there. It's a B. It's a B. B+. I'll probably give it a B. Interior defensive lineman. Kalijah Kancey. So here's the thing, Kalijah. A little undersized. I want to show you. Where are we? My prospect score on it. D-line. He didn't get a prospect score. So, short arms, underweight, short player. I don't mind that for interior defensive line at all. Seattle's back on the board. Short arms, small hands. Really, really, really fast. Very fast. Mass, okay, there. But, is this his speed right here? Even that quick get-off wasn't great for his mass. The 40 is, but how often is an interior defensive lineman going to be running 40 yards? Only on a play that they allowed someone to get past him on the defensive line originally, and they have to catch up from him behind. So he could do that once or twice in his career. But he's a chess piece. He can do a lot of things. I don't know. I'm giving it a C+. Man, the upside's too good. C+/B- for now. I think you want Kalijah on a team that's already there. I think you want him to be a part, at least for the next few years. You want him to be a part of a unit. You don't want him to be the unit. I don't think he's going to be Aaron Donald anytime soon. That is his ceiling, though. C+/B- on that one. Exciting player. Seattle's up on the board. Are they going to go Will Levis? They could go Will Levis. So Kalijah Kancey, excellent penetrator who can win in a variety of ways. High motor and competitive player with high college production. 4-3 defensive tackle / defensive end. I like him. It depends the formation where you can put him. So nice chess piece like that. I don't know. I think there's more complete players I would rather add if I'm Tampa Bay. Wow. A+ for Jack Campbell from CBS. I love it. I'm glad they liked it that much. I love Jack Campbell. That's awesome. Does Seattle go Jackson Smith-Njigba? A lot of people had Seattle going Jackson Smith-Njigba a month ago, 3 weeks ago, here at pick 20. Could they do that? It's possible. He makes a fair amount of sense on this team. Could they trade back? Yes, of course. Not really a good spot in the draft. I don't think anybody wants to come up here. Could they go Mozzie Smith, Brian Brzee? They probably very well could have gone Clyde Jucansier. I would like... Who did they go? Devin Witherspoon. Yeah, I would like... edge rusher would be bad. Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy. Probably what I would do. I'm sitting in their spot. Joey Porter Jr. Make a lot of sense for Seattle. A lot of sense. But aren't they the team that took Devin Witherspoon? Yeah, it took Devin Witherspoon. Could put Devin Witherspoon in at safety. But let's not do that. So, you want edge. Mozzie Smith, Brian Brzee, Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy. One of those four. Be a good pick. Offensive line. You could go there. I think there's some solid talent, though, sitting out there in other spots. This is where Seattle, getting Devin Witherspoon, you don't hate it, but that was the risk of taking cornerback early. Is that you could be sitting here in a spot with quite potentially somebody you didn't have a whole lot lower on your draft board. And Joey Porter. Will the Ravens get Joey Porter in 2 picks? That's interesting. Ravens would like to trade back unless a cornerback comes to them, I would assume. And it's looking very likely Joey Porter, Deonte Banks could come to them. Those are players teams could be looking to trade up for right now. Los Angeles could get out of that 21st pick if they wanted to let, I don't know, Jacksonville, Minnesota come up. Kansas City could find they have a bit of a need. Their second cornerback on their roster. Seattle's milking the clock. There must be offers coming in here, and they don't know to accept it or not. We've also got Will Levis to think about here. What would I do? I don't think I'd take Will Levis. I don't know. I don't know enough. It would depend what my scouts told me about Will Levis. So the pick is in. Seattle will be coming up to announce their pick shortly. Could they go for a top tight end? Add another weapon to that offense. I wouldn't hate it. That's for sure. Seattle looks... Is that their... Bit of a smile there from the head coach as the camera shifted away. I mean, I didn't see, like, elation in the war room there. Must have been some differing minds, maybe, on what to do here. What are we going to do? I sure think Nolan Smith would be a great addition. That's what they're talking about right now on TV, Nolan Smith. That'd be good. Where will Seattle go? So many... I'm not surprised, I guess, that it took them the full 10 minutes. There has to have been trade offers potentially coming in, but definitely a lot of differing opinions on where to go here. Pick is in. You got Devin Witherspoon. Continue to focus on the defense. Probably be a smart idea. What do we got? How many people we got up? Okay. 6 kids. Who's going to get to announce it? None of them, probably. You can't. Oh, yeah, the girl on the left there. Number 7's gonna get to announce it. What's your call? Anybody got a bold call on this one? I think sure would have a tough time not going edge here. Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy. It's Jackson Smith. That's my first mock draft. Jackson Smith to them. Seattle fans hate this. Seattle fans don't like it. I like it. We'll see how that works out by the end of the draft. As far as edge, they still have picks. Seattle's... do they not pick till late in round 2? No, they pick early in round 2. You can get an edge there. This is about the spot I thought you should start to come off the board, talent-wise, so no knock there. Ultra talented. I call him a once in every few drafts type of wide receiver. Get to my little write-up here. My comp to him most closely, and I think he's even shiftier and probably better, is, oh my gosh, Las Vegas is Hunter Renfrow, slot receiver. I think they can do a lot of the same things. He is bigger and more shifty, though. So he's Hunter Renfrow on steroids. Elite, shifty, slotness, great hands, great route running, and he can give this offense an element it's been sorely missing. So I love that. We'll give the pick an A. And we'll see if their overall draft grade sticks with that. It depends who else they get in this draft. But currently, I like it. What did CBS say? What did the CBS... Yeah, B. That's all right. There's still some really good edges hanging around, and it's pretty deep class. So they should be able to come around and get an edge, or at least an interior defensive lineman early in the second round. Chargers are up on the board. I have had Philadelphia trading up here to get Austin Eckler. Is that... How did I do? No, that's not how I did in my mock. I had them take Jahmyr Gibbs. That's impossible now. So you can't. Eckler's off of the board. Joey Porter? I've never had him quite available. Dalton Kincaid, or Michael Mayer, tight end here would make sense. Nolan Smith, edge rusher. Nolan Smith would be good to get on the other end. Got a few options here. We know they will not be going Will Levis. Where does Will Levis go at this point in the draft? Minnesota. Probably be happy for that. Patience could pay off for them if they really want a quarterback and if they like Will Levis. New Orleans. Options are thin here at the second. Oh, got the yawns right now. So if trading is going to happen, it would start to pick up around this point. Oh, really from here to the end. In the second round, it could. I mean, JSN's addressed both sides. JSN. Seattle Seahawks have addressed both sides of the ball here with really good players. The Chargers pick is in. The LCD screens have all changed to Charger colors. The commish will be coming out soon here with the Chargers. What route do we go? update this ticker. This is a pain to keep up. Seattle, where you at? Where are they? Cornerback Devin Witherspoon and wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba. Chargers pick is in. Ravens are on the clock. Ravens, Deonte Banks, Joey Porter. This is what they hoped for. Chargers, I think, could be what they hoped for. ESPN Analytics said Will Levis, 0.8%. Well, so we know Will Levis is like now going to be very successful in the NFL. He's going to either Josh, as long as he doesn't Josh Rosen his interview after he does get drafted. If he says something like Josh Rosen does, then I'll immediately fail him. There's going to be 17 other teams that regret their decision. Chargers are up on the board. We're getting a little more comfy here. Wide receiver Quentin Johnston going to the Chargers. Hey, makes enough sense. Or are they just showing him? What happened? Is this another instance where they're just showing somebody? No. It happened, right? Yes. Quentin, am I spelling his name right? I am. Johnston to the Chargers. Strange wide receiver. A lot of reasons to like him. Definitely reasons to be concerned about him. Oh, Jesus. I had a first, second rounder kind of draft grade on him. Definitely have mocked Quentin Johnston to them before, so I don't dislike it. It's a B plus. It's a B. I'm gonna give him a B right now. A lot of reasons to be concerned. A lot of reasons it could work. It's a place of need. I don't know that he'll give them exactly a pure vertical kind of threat that a lot of people think that they needed for this offense. But he could learn a lot from Keenan Allen. Could take over that role later in his career. And for now, I don't know. He can come in. Maybe they'll just figure it out after he's in there. Keenan should be a good teacher for him. Does Baltimore go? Joey Porter Jr. I've done this in mocks plenty of times. I mean, how do you not? Just for the meme, right? interesting draft right now. Quentin Johnston, let's... Right there, second on my list. Day 1 or day 2 kind of pick. It's well built with an elite base, so good shiftiness, good... not going to be able to get knocked off in man kind of coverage, shouldn't be able to at least. Should be able to just be strong from his hips on down, and that includes being shifty. Number 1, wide receiver written all over him, and not the complete prospect of recent years that we have seen in drafts. If he was in last year's draft or any of the last 4 drafts, he would not have been the wide receiver 2 off the board, and in some of them he might have been wide receiver 5, 6, possible. But not a lot of great wide receivers in this draft class, and he is one that could be great. So, you like that. And Baltimore would have been a place they could have liked him and taken him. Could see a wide receiver go off the board here to Baltimore. I mean, really any of these positions, but gosh, I would like to see them go Joey Porter Jr. I think we're seeing the cornerbacks drop in this draft because of the quality / quantity of them in this draft. Teams just know that they can get them a little bit later down the road. And so you got to suck up some of the other positions that don't have so much depth to them. We're coming back to the draft. Baltimore has not gotten off the clock. I thought they would want to trade down here. They probably wouldn't mind it. I don't think they want to trade down too far. Minnesota could take a cornerback. New York Giants could take a cornerback. Buffalo Bills, Cincinnati could. Kansas City could always want to come up. So you wouldn't want to move back far. Who would want to move up? I don't know. I don't think any team with what's on the board right now. And all the tight ends available. It's another one. Still, probably, I wouldn't call them dropping yet, but no need to reach for a tight end in this draft. No need to reach for edges in this draft, although I think a couple teams did. They don't think they did. The Ravens pick is in. They picked a player, it would appear, from the high fives and congratulations going on in the war room. If you go wide receiver, who would you go? I got Josh Downs next on my list. Where are you wide receivers? Josh Downs, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison. I think... Gosh. I think Josh Downs would be a nice addition. Zay Flowers, though, would give him some of that speed that they like. Jordan Addison might be the most crafty of them route running wise, but Zay Flowers gives them an exciting element. Josh Downs gives them a solid element, a bigger catch radius than Zay, I believe, and Jordan for sure. Small guy, but plays tough. Joey Porter Jr., please, Joey Porter Jr. though. Ravens, you better. Do it for the memes, if nothing else. Let's see it. So, we got Ravens regalia on the LEDs up on the stage. Commission's coming out. Who's it going to be? By the way, there's a delay here, and I apologize for that. That's my mistake. It is Zay Flowers, going with the exciting element. All right. Zay Flowers going in the first round. That's fine. Round 1 or 2 grade on him. What do I think of this? Ravens got the quarterback. They need wide receiver help. good pick. I would have gone other routes. I think there's more of a need on cornerback. And I have a higher rating there. B? B plus? I will determine. I need to see his catch radius here. I really think you want a guy with a good catch radius for Lamar Jackson. Not like he's super inaccurate, but the same idea with Jalen Hurts. Those bigger catch radius bodies, I think, really help with these rushing dual threat quarterbacks who often have some accuracy concerns. So I need to get out of here. Well, Zay Flowers, shifty, deep threat, short with a large catch radius. Okay. And inconsistent hands. Gets open at all three levels. So we'll give that a B then. Large catch radius? Maybe we give that a B plus. What do we do? We'll give it a B plus. We'll see what else they do in the draft. Could knock that down to a B as far as looking at their overall draft grade at the end of the day. But for now, we'll give them a B plus here. I had thought he just had a normal catch radius, but no. Got long arms. What did you give him here? A B. Minnesota could use a cornerback. Minnesota could use defensive line help. Use a lot of things. Minnesota could go Will Levis. This is one of his last chances to go in this round, other than a team trading up into the first for him. Minnesota does not need a tight end. So do they go Will Levis? Do they like Will Levis? Do they go Hendon Hooker? There's been a lot of smoke around that lately. Brian Branch with Cine, not necessary. I mean, you need cornerbacks, Minnesota. Go cornerback. I feel like I'm telling every team to go cornerback right now, but Joey Porter Jr. is a beast. And Deonte Banks is really good. I know there's a bunch of other good cornerbacks, though. Look at those. Look at those names. They're good. All of them. Zay still looks like a high schooler. Scrawny dude. That's alright. That's why he's so shifty. Got long arms, though. I like the bow tie choice for Zay. Get the little bling. Looks good. He'll look good in a Ravens uniform. Look like a lot of the wide receivers they've drafted. Little guys in general. Would you like that catch radius? Alright. Minnesota's milking the clock. Probably would be happy to trade back here. Don't know that it's going to happen. Who could come up? I don't think you need... Do you need to trade up for like offensive line right now? Jacksonville could take offensive line. Buffalo could. Cincinnati. I mean, Kansas City coming up here wouldn't be crazy if Minnesota was okay moving that far back. Jordan Addison is a fit for coming in to Minnesota, just as far as he'd be a very Adam Thielen-like type of replacement kind of guy. I'd love to see my boy Josh Downs go. But I really think you need to add some speed to that cornerback room. Good. Deonte Banks be a really good match for them. I still can't believe that Jahmyr Gibbs went to the Lions. How crazy. So what are we waiting on? Minnesota, 1 minute, 40, still on the clock. Not rushing this. They're going to commercial. You're killing me, NFL. You're killing me here. So, what do you think? Who are the Vikings going to go here? The pick is in. What did we go to? A quick ad? That wasn't a commercial? I think I'd go Deonte Banks if I was the Vikings. And take a quick bite while we wait. We're just sitting on the Mel Kiper. Vikings cheerleaders at the... There we go. There's some real fans. Alright. Joey Porter, Deontay, did I ever... I did. I got Zay out of here. Jordan Addison, Nolan Smith, Brian Brzee. Oh, Clyde just taken. What is... Okay, the commissioner's making his way towards the podium. Thank you. Holy cow. Minnesota Vikings, pick is in. Selection. Coming up. Cornerback? No, wide receiver Jordan Addison. Get their replacement for Adam Thielen. Not a huge surprise, but not what I would have done. Let's see. Jordan Addison is an interesting receiver. Very crafty. Questionable in his athletics. Didn't do great at the combine. That is a lot of the reason why he fell in, pre-draft charts for people. But he still manages to get open, regardless of his athletics, at all three levels of the field. And if there is one position that, we way over project the athletics for, it is the wide receiver. A lot of excellent wide receivers who didn't have great combines. And he's, one of the most important parts of being a wide receiver is running good routes. And he's the word crafty and unique when it comes to route running. He doesn't just come out of a box like a lot of wide receivers. He's not going to get you a huge play, home run hit all the way to the end zone from your own 30-yard line or anything, but he does get big chunks of yards. And like a lot of the wide receivers in this draft, especially up here with some of the top ones, there are some drop concerns for him, but he's a good wide receiver. They needed a wide receiver. What do you think? A B plus? B plus for that? B? Maybe a B/B plus for that right now. It's not a right pick. Definitely have mocked Addison to the Vikings before. All right. Cornerbacks really, I think, at this point, we can start to say, starting to fall. Did you like the pick, Joseph? Is very Adam Thielen-esque. I've mocked him to Carolina before and said that he would, learn a lot from Adam Thielen. It would really add to his game, build upon what he already is. Yeah, that'll. I think he'll have a good NFL career. I don't think he'll be some sort of Hall of Famer or anything. I don't know, is Adam Thielen a Hall of Famer? He'll be a Vikings Hall of Famer. That's kind of the ceiling here for Jordan Addison, I think. Am I an expert? Depends if you ask me or somebody else. I say yes. Who do we have on the board? The Giants. Rumors they wanted cornerback coming into this draft, and Joey Porter, Deonte Banks, a lot of people's 3 and 4 coming into this draft, still available. Giants pick is in quick. Did they trade it? Kansas City coming up for an offensive lineman or something? Nolan Smith in the trenches. I've had him take center here a lot. Yeah, Thielen, yeah, exactly. He's not like, he won't go to the Hall of Fame, but I mean, if he had done it for like 2 more years or something like that. Well, we'll see what he does in Carolina. You never know. He ends up having a super long career. I feel like he could build that kind of resume. To not first ballot, but like a Steve Smith finish. Just kind of keep lingering around and not really losing a step. But it seems like he's lost a step. He's also been injured a lot as of recent years, hasn't he? Banged up might be a better word. You're too harsh on Adam Thielen. He's better than 2 seasons. No, he has had incomplete seasons, though, due to some injuries and whatnot along the way. Thielen's good. Thielen's good. Yeah, those 2 huge years, another almost 1,000-yard season, almost 1,000-yard season here. Injury season is... He had a slow start to his career. This is when he blew up, right? Yeah. Yeah, injury season, another good season, and then he's slowly lost a step here. A couple of banged upnesses. Yeah, amazing for an undrafted guy. I mean, 4,000-yard seasons. Yeah, I mean... But if he puts another, like, 10,000 yards, if he can get up, another play another 5 seasons or something, all like over 600 yards. Giants pick is in. Jaguars made up a little trade. I've done similar here for the Jags, trading up several times. Jags, what do you want? You want Brian Branch? You want offensive lineman? Bet you want offensive lineman. With that recent news, is this did I see this correct? Jacksonville trade. Did I see this incorrect? What's going on with that? Oh, you know, Jacksonville's next up on the clock. I wonder if they screwed up something there. I wonder. So New York Jets, I have gone center plenty. Giants, not the Jets. Sorry, Jets. Or, yeah, sorry, Jets. You know, for a long time I would apologize to the Giants for that, but could go tight end to their choice, crazily. I wouldn't do that. Word right before the draft is Giants want a cornerback, and I think if they want a cornerback, this has fell pretty nicely to them. So we got the commissioner up on the podium. It is Deonte Banks off the board. I don't know how to rate this for them. I think we'll give them a B plus A minus. A. How badly do they need cornerback? Yeah. All right. We'll give them an A. Really good pick. All right, let's update the draft ticker with a couple of picks. Did we get Zay Jones added? No. Buffalo wide receiver, Zay Jones. Flowers, Zay Jones. Who's that? Who? Zay Jones. Minnesota. I'm going to give you wide receiver, Jordan Addison. New York Giants. Oh, brain's slow. All right. Cornerback, Deonte Banks. Should be a good fit for them. Deonte Banks. Let's get to him. Very athletic and physical cornerback. Deonte Banks, very good mass on him. It's not going to get bullied around at all. And like I said, excellent athletics. Physical press man corner. Where did he rank on my mass adjusted? I bet you he's top. I can't recall, but he's up there. Cornerback. Athletics. Number 4 up here. So, pretty stout, but not short guy. Really good. 40 time, 10 split. Very good. Excellent broad jump, vertical jump. Just means, once again, he's got great base. Well, his mass is okay. And even for his mass, his vert was excellent. And even for his mass, his athletics, very, very good. So, Deonte Banks should be. I have no concerns about him at the NFL level, adapting and playing well. Day one, really. There we go. Done with a snack. So Buffalo traded up with Jacksonville. Who does Buffalo want? Tight end? Get ahead of Dallas? Jacksonville? Could have wanted to go tight end if they wanted to stay there. Joey Porter? They don't really need. I just added some good cornerback last season. Mozzie Smith, Brian Brzee. Because Dallas is definitely possibly going to go interior defensive line. Nolan Smith, Myles Murphy. You can never have too many rushers. Who would they come up for? Nolan Smith? Dallas Cowboys interior could come up for Osiris Torrance. And then be my guesses. Nolan Smith / Myles Murphy, Osiris Torrance. For them, might even think Myles Murphy over Nolan. Will Levis just hanging out. He is a weird guy. He's like purposely being jovial. Even though he's hurting inside that he's not gone. But maybe, how much is he hurting? Maybe he's not faking it. The Bills are on the clock. Pick is in. Linebacker could also be the pick. Drew Sanders. Dallas needs a linebacker. Tight end, Dalton Kincaid was the first guess, tight end. Buffalo gets Dalton Kincaid. That's a great weapon for them. That's excellent. That's excellent. Yeah. A+. Nice job, Buffalo. I like it. I like it. CBS hates it. They need a pass. They need a target. They need something in this passing game. Then Dalton Kincaid can give them that. You can put either tight end on the field. Dawson Knox is not going to be there forever. Dawson Knox is not a great receiving threat. He's a good end zone threat. Good chains mover. Makes a few good catches here and there. He's nothing special. Dalton Kincaid could be special. And you need to get some of the pressure off of Stephon Diggs. It's a good pick. I love it. Maybe A+ is a little high, but I love it. Not only for this year it's nice, but also for in the future. Really nice. And you make sure Kansas City doesn't get him. Somebody who you're going to have to go through for the next 10 years in the playoffs. So Dallas comes up onto the board. They very well might have been going Dalton Kincaid. I think the last draft I did, I had Dallas take Dalton Kincaid. So do they need a safety? I always have them. Drew Sanders. Trenton Simpson, I would like there. Or you could always go offensive line. That never hurts. But you can get an edge rusher to help with that game. Defensive front seven here. I don't care who. It's probably the route you go. Oh, we're getting a little picture into the... That is one fancy boardroom, war room that they have there in Dallas. Very Jerry Jonesy. What did Buffalo give up there? We'll find out what Buffalo gave up. Don't worry. Dalton Kincaid off the board. And we will see. Buffalo Soldier. Taken tight end Dalton Kincaid. In Dallas. Pick's not in yet. Could you move back, Dallas? You could. My first mock, I had them trading out of here. And I think that was my favorite mock that I did for Dallas. I can look at the trade on here, can't I? There was a Jacksonville New York Giants trade. Jacksonville Jaguars have traded Jacksonville made a couple move backs. Got a 4th, 5th, 7th round. Jacksonville acquiring some capital, huh? That's not bad. That's fine. right. Pick is in. I think I gotta go to the bathroom after this. Jacksonville's finally on the clock. After a couple of trade backs, picked up 4th, 5th, 7th round value to move back 4 spots. Not bad. They must know who they want by now, right, Jacksonville? Dallas Cowboys on the clock. Pick is in. Who's it going to be? Could be Michael Mayer. Or defensive front 7. That's where I would go if I was Dallas. But you can't knock them if they go offense, just to get this offense over the hump. Or trade back. But that doesn't look to be what's happening. Commissioner's up onto the... with the 26th pick of the draft. They take Mazi Smith. There we go, baby. It's an A. It's an A. It's a good pick. It's what they need. I love it. Is it an A+? That's what I would have done. It's an A+. Actually, I probably would have gone Nolan Smith. But I don't know what I'm doing. Alright. Mazi Smith off for the board before Brian Brzee. Told y'all. Definitely have mocked Mazi to Dallas before. Mazi Smith is a freak athlete. One of my favorite players in this draft. Where are you? Athletic freak. Rocked up. Stout frame. Top tier versus the run. And he does possess some pass rushing upside. He is very quick for his size, and he can play anywhere along the inside of the defense. So you can move him around, use him in a nickel. It'll be all right of the defensive front. So that should be a great addition to this Dallas defense that just needs a little bit here and there to keep it being great. They've got a lot of great players, playmakers, athletes on that defense. I'm going to go take a potty break here. Let the Jaguars make up their minds. Jaguars pick is in. Who will it be? Who will it be? Could go offensive line here, definitely. Could go tight end. Been something I've mocked to him quite a bit. But boy, oh boy, Brian Branch, right? This seems to be such a perfect fit for them. Brian Branch. You wouldn't want to put Joey Porter in the slot, so I don't think you would take Joey Porter unless you just wanted him as cornerback. That'd be all right. What do we got? What do we got for Jaguars' other needs here? Where's running back? You're not going to be taking a running back right now. D-line, edge, question mark. Could go Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, Brian Brzee. Could go any of those routes. I would go Brian Branch here if I was the Jaguars. Seems to be a fit for a need for them. Get that defense just a little bit better to make life just a little easier on that offense. That's what I would do. Let's see what the Jaguars will do. All right, the stage is set. Everything's looking Jaguars on stage. The pick is in. Probably no trade. Okay, Will Levis has a different chick on his side every time the cameras are on him. What is going on with that? Now Will Levis is looking a little less jovial. Jacksonville selection's in. I was thinking Brian Branch. It is offensive line. Anton Harrison. They needed that with that injury news that we got earlier today, yesterday. So Anton Harrison is definitely a need. Makes sense. It's fine. Man, at this point, but where I had him going, it's like an A, yeah. It's an A. It's a good choice. Good choice, good value, and team need. You can't complain about that. Anton Harrison, better pass blocker than he is run blocker. I'll get to him in a moment. Offensive tackle. He is a pure tackle. Don't have to worry about setting him down to guard, hopefully, so that's good. And last pick before that was Mozzie Smith to Dallas. We got to add in here. There we go. Bengals pick is in. Anton Harrison, right up here. Had him above Darnell Wright, who went much earlier. Great movement, excels in pass protection, and has a fairly prototypical body, zone scheme. He just needs to improve in the running game, really. He's a great pass blocker. And he'll be able to get out and move and block for ETN on some plays, so that'll be helpful. It's a good fit, good pick. Good fit. Both. Where are we going next? Bengals, same thing. Could use offensive line. Dawand Jones could use tight end. Michael Mayer, Darnell Washington, maybe Sam Laporta, Luke Musgrave if they would prefer one of them. Don't need to go Will Levis. Osiris Torrance for the Bengals could be a thing, but I think you'd go tackle. And Dawand Jones. Brian Brzee if they wanted. Could go edge. I mean, Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, depending upon the grades you had there. Joey Porter, cornerback. Could have not expected him to be here. Cincinnati Bengals pick Miles Murphy. The end. Not a pick I don't think I've ever, probably, maybe only once ever even had him available here. Don't really have this as a need for the Bengals, but they're going best player available probably. Huh. Love the player. It's going to depend on the rest of the draft. How do I feel about that? Let's quick go to edges here. Miles Murphy. Yeah, he is a rare talent. He is the guy that if the Packers went edge, I would have liked to see them go instead of Lucas Van Ness if they wanted to go with that. Potentially, maybe not ready year one, but has a lot of upside and can be a game wrecker. That would be Miles Murphy. He also is reportedly has some great character, and he's pretty scheme versatile. You don't need to put him in a 4-3 or a 3-4. You can't nail him down to one type of role on an offense, so he'll be able to pitch in all over the place. And I like the value. I'm gonna go B plus A minus. That's really tentative on how well they address their needs, because they do have some glaring needs, but you don't want to let your needs dictate your draft. So we'll kind of see on that one how the draft goes, but solid pick. Good player. Did I grade Anton Harrison yet? Yeah, A. New Orleans, Brian Brzee could make a lot of sense here for them. I've gone interior defensive line for them a lot. Offense, I've gone Osiris Torrance for them a couple of times. That could make sense. Nolan Smith, I've never had available here. Nolan Smith, definitely. I don't know about fit. He's scheme versatile, but I don't know if it's what they want in a player. Obviously, Nolan Smith's size is has knocked him down boards. Could go tight end. I don't think they think that's some sort of huge need. Could go Will Levis. Could trade back. It's not really a good spot to trade in this draft. Yeah. Good Joey Porter. They have a few needs. Brian Branch. I mean, I think they could fit those guys on the team if they wanted to. Fill in Anton, Dwan Jones, Josh Downs. Probably too early. I wouldn't do it yet, and I like him a lot. Adibore could go that route. I go Brian Brzee over Adibore, but Adibore is my guy. I love him, so if I see him go before Brian Brzee, I'm not gonna argue against that. Still deciding who they want to go with. About 3 minutes left on the clock here. Kansas City fans all over the place there, hoping, waiting for their pick. And I think there's a decent chance they trade back, so they'll all have waited all day for nothing. If that happens. The pick is in for the Saints. I just spaced out for a little while. They draft room didn't look very excited. Interesting war room there. And so the Saints have come up. Don't be Keon White. Don't do that. Brian Brzee, as it should be. Good pick. It's an A+. If you go with who I would have gone with, you're going to get an A+. Really good pick. Brian Brzee. Let's go look at him. Get him off the board. So, interior defensive linemen have gone for a little while. End of the second, about the earliest we should see another one of them come off the board. Most likely. I wouldn't argue if Siaki Ika got taken earlier. Or Keanu Benton. Brian Brzee, interior defensive lineman. He's a piece. He's kind of like the opposite of Kalijah Cansey. He's a natural athlete with quick reaction skills, power, and agility. He looks the part already. He's big and he's tall. You can see him on the screen. Maybe there just looks like a man amongst boys out on the field in college. I like him quite a bit. He had a down year in 2022. Went through some things that explain that away. Potentially, reasons, not excuses. So, I think New Orleans got a good one at a spot of need. He has a pretty darn high ceiling, I would say, as I think all of these guys do. Monzi might have had the lowest ceiling out of them, but he's like the highest floor. Well, outside of Jalen Carter. He's on his own. What did you think? B plus. I give it an A. I don't think it's a neat pick. I had a first round grade on him. Okay, now New Orleans is a little more jovial there with the pick being announced. Philadelphia, what could we do? Brian Branch would be interesting. Could go tight end. Either Darnell Washington, Michael Mayer. Cornerback, Nolan Smith. I mean, at this point, just looking at the board, I've mocked Brian Branch to them a lot here late, so we'll see about that. Will Levis is finally realizing he might not be a first round pick. Question is somebody going to trade into him? Here, Kansas City? I don't know if they should do that. Will Levis has obviously been used as a pawn all week. Been an interesting draft. I don't know how many shocking picks were there. And Jahmyr Gibbs was shocking. A couple of nice, definitely players falling. A few nice picks. But I think all in all, the teams have pretty much behaved as they should in this draft, and just kind of let it fall to them. And then there haven't been any large reaches right now. I think the biggest one, I suppose the biggest one is Jack Campbell, who I really I've taken in the first round, not that high before, but part of that's just you don't know when to do it. You don't know when to pull that trigger on a linebacker ever. But I think I had back end first, second round draft grade on him. I gotta think it's O'Cyrus Torrence, that's another one. Nolan Smith is still there at 30 though. Shoot. I guess those are my top three thoughts. Nolan Smith, O'Cyrus Torrence, Brian Branch. If I had to guess, it'd be Nolan Smith here. Let's see. I think the Eagles are probably trying to shop this pick for a little bit to some of the teams early in day two. Top 2 or 3 picks there. Couldn't do it. Got Jalen Carter earlier in the draft. Eagles with a lot of draft capital in this draft. No, well, they've used up some of it. They don't have a lot of picks. They have a lot of good early picks. Eagles war room looks slightly anxious for this announcement. Maybe in a good way. I mean, Nolan Smith would be an A+ here. I've mocked Nolan Smith at 10 before. I love Nolan Smith. Come on, Commissioner, what are you doing back there? You got one job. Get out to the podium. It's not that hard. I mean, it's been traded, right? What is that? Is that an eagle? That's an eagle. Not traded. Didn't look like an eagle up on the digital eagle. Who is this crew up here? What is going on? They look like content creators, not to. Jason. Travis's mom. Donna Kelsey. So these are YouTube dudes doing an interview on stage quick with Travis Kelsey's mom? This feels like a skit. Couldn't have let his mom flip the coin, dude? All about him. It's darn content creators. And no love. Let's announce the pick, huh? Jesus Christ. Cool, she gets to announce the pick at least. See, Roger Goodell had the common courtesy to let Travis Kelsey and Jace, and the Kelsey's parents. Mother, yeah, it's Nolan Smith. Told ya. That's an A+. That might be an A++, but that's an A+. Excellent start to the draft for the Eagles. That defensive line is in good shape. I've done something similar. I've done something similar before for them, but it wasn't that good. Sweet. Kansas City up on the board, already 5 minutes through because of that darn YouTube stupid skit up on the stage. Just ridiculous. At least let the Kelsey's mother, flip that coin. What? Alright, we are going to look quick here. And Nolan Smith, my number 2, number 3 here, but I moved him up. Defensive end, just because I haven't. I understand Tyree Wilson, but it was just kind of I really love Nolan Smith. Good size and athleticism is an absolute plus for him. He's very physical. He helps in the pass. So, by the way, here, good size. He is short, but he is not undermassed. He has good mass on him. He's, stocky, if for lack of a better word, because there is a better word than stocky. But he's a very physical player, and he can hold up because he is not short and light. He helps in both the pass and the run, even for his smaller height. And he's scheme versatile outside linebacker. Love him. Hassan Reddick would be the Philadelphia Eagle that he would compare to the best. Hassan's still on the Eagles for 2 years, I believe. Nolan Smith will still be able to pitch in. You want a rotation up front. Hassan could always get injured. Never know about that. He's a great talent. He'll work in the system. And he can do other things. He doesn't have to play. You could put him and Hassan Reddick on the field at the same time. And just because that's a comp doesn't mean that they can't play at the same time on the field. So, yeah, that's, look at that. The New Orleans north of New Orleans, Georgia north of Green Bay has been replaced quickly by Georgia north of Philadelphia. And we have Mr. Irrelevant of Day 1 coming up for Kansas City soon. I need to. I'll update the ticker for tomorrow by. At some point. I won't be able to keep up with that. Some nice statues up on the stage. Really love that Nolan Smith pick. So what do we got here? Has the speed and quickness, but he needs to gain weight. No, weight's not his issue. Watch this. Nope. We need... So, a mass adjusted athletics here. Nolan Smith, number 2 on this list. Lucas Van Ness, number 1. He's perfectly fine. Everything in the yellow here is a normal... I mean, yeah, he could put on a couple of pounds, but it's not like, oh, he needs to add 10 pounds to his frame. He will, not in year 1. This is all the yellow here is just, it's an average mass. He's fine. He's maybe a little bit low on the list. You can add a couple of pounds. No big deal. 3.126. 3.2. Yeah, he's good. He's good. Couple of pounds. Nothing to get too concerned about. Kansas City's still on the clock here, potentially fielding trade offers, I would imagine is possible. Definitely, they might be calling out. This is a good spot to try to get 2 picks. You know, if you can turn this into 2 picks in the 2nd and 3rd round kind of time period, would be good value. Just in terms of the talent pool here is not a big difference from now to then. Joey Porter Jr., Chiefs offensive line, need, tight end, possibility. Joey Porter Jr. still sitting out there. BJ Aditimiwa Adibore. DeWand Jones could definitely be a type of guy that they would like. Crazy cat, calm down. Yeah, Felix Anudike, that seems like they talked about. I actually have him above Aditimiwa on here. I did change that though. We can cover Nolan. Last pick of the 1st round. Who will it be? Dude, relax, okay? The commissioner's just taking his time to get out. Pick is in. Wow. The CBS really wants Kansas City to go edge here. Adetomiwa Deboro is kind of an edge defensive lineman hybrid. I think you can just do both. You can use them in pretty much any set. In some way or another. I mean, we're really dragging this on, huh? Holy cow. Took the full 10 minutes, and then we've taken like 5 minutes to get out here. We're not even going to bring Goodell out for this one because we're in KC? Alright. With the 31st pick of the NFL Draft 2023, Felix Anudike-Uzomah. There we go, baby. Should be a good fit for them. Oh, I really dropped him on this list, huh? I had him higher. Felix. Let's cover Felix quick here. Yeah, I think that makes... Out of the edge left, where are you, Felix, on this? Wrong position. Felix, right down there. I do actually want to see his math. So he's a strong dude, high motor. Those are the things that Kansas City likes, kind of like the New Orleans, Green Bay Packers of the world. He's coming in, like, this is probably why they're taking him right now. They do want somebody to be able to contribute on day one. They need some pop in their front seven for Kansas City, and he does have a really good pass rush repertoire already prepared that he's coming into the league with, and he has some good bend. He is a DN / outside linebacker, kind of an oversized outside linebacker, undersized D end, a scheme versatile kind of guy. They'll probably put him up on the front more, I would imagine, at D end than outside linebacker. And Felix... Where are you? Right here. A little short, stout kind of build. Yeah, kind of on the shorter side. Totally average weight, though. So, a little bit stout. And strong dude. He didn't test at the combine at all. So that is the first round of the NFL draft. Thank you, anyone and everybody who came out. I will be up again tomorrow for rounds 2, 3, and then Saturday for 4, 5, 6, 7. Whole thing. Do it. I don't care if people aren't here. And for the final grade, I'll give that... Yeah, I would have taken DeJuan Jones over him, at least. B+, B+, A-. Yeah, it's on the borderline of a B+, A-. They're definitely not a bad pick. What did CBS give it? B. Oh, they have not graded it yet. Come on, CBS. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Once again, thank you, everybody, for coming on out.